他输了啊。
哎呀，是啊，妈。
350.
Gillette 一剃持久乾淨，從早到晚極淨零鬚根，全球首創獨家極光技術，一剃到底。我嘅自信來源 Gillette 極光。
終於都俾我換齊成套加德士熊貓禮物啦！唔止有熊貓紙巾同埋露營燈，最正係呢部 Widebody 嘅 Tamic Works 熊貓 A200。
What the heck? Luda also swears.
唉，整色整水新。
Firstly, Ryan, then down Luda.
爸同你講啊，其實即日起去到12月31日，憑會員卡去加德士油站入汽油滿指定金額就換到呢啲熊貓禮物㗎啦，唔使扮鬼扮馬喎。
嚇！你唔早啲同我講
嚇？你唔早啲問我嘅？
點先可以記性好啲啊？Vivian，我記性好差㗎，影響工作表現同埋日常生活。點解我咁後生就會咁冇記性嘅？有咩方法可以提升記憶力呢？想提升記憶力，可以透過穩定攝取肌肽。肌肽屬於人體重要物質之一，由2種氨基酸組成，尤其是喺我哋腦部同埋我哋肌肉含量會特別高，係維持我哋記憶力同埋認知上面嘅關鍵物質。我哋人體啦，雖然可以自己合成肌肽，但係隨住年紀增加咧，呢啲肌肽含量會急速下降，需要每日補充肌肽，咁樣先可以能夠增加我哋腦部血液循環，提升我哋記憶力同埋維持認知能力。翻工咁忙，通常我都係是但嗌啲外賣㗎，點樣先至可以攝取到足夠嘅肌肽呢？咁肌肽咧，其實一般喺一啲蛋白質高嘅肉類啦會揾到嘅，當中咧雞肉就最為豐富啦。但係我哋都市人咁忙碌，如果日常飲食唔能夠攝取足夠肌肽咧，就可以考慮以法蘭士原味雞精作為額外補充。佢經過10多小時獨特嘅製作過程濃縮成為精華，當中嘅微分子肌肽啦更加容易俾我哋身體吸收，而且佢擁有超過50份嘅國際科研報告證實功效。當中一份報告顯示，如果每日飲用，有助提升記憶力8.5%，有助提升腦部表現㗎。咁我以後就放法蘭士雞精喺 office 每朝飲，就唔怕冇記性，日日 performance 啦。
I'm Benito, virtuality on the screen. Let's go with the flow. I'm nothing like you've ever seen. Welcome to the web world where you can help out my crew with tasks. Come give it a whirl. Also, would you mind if I ask, what's your favorite color and cuisine? What place do you want to live in? Who is your best friend in the world? And is the answer me? Enter correctly. Enter me. You are my friend. Are you content? Just you and me. It'll be so much fun. You'll have a ball. Don't want you free forever and ever. No pretend forever and ever. You're my friend. Oops, that's an error. Let's get back to where we last left off. Here is a tour of the world that I built for you with love. Look at the walls, it's what you drew. And look, there is all your favorite foods. I was wondering just a little thing. Will you stay with me? Enter correctly. Enter me, please. You have no voice. There is no life. Just you and me. It'll be so much fun. You'll have a ball. Don't want you free forever and ever. Why not give the access all duty? Just put in the code on the screen, and I'll be waiting here patiently. Wait, what is happening? Will you believe me? This is no more fun. Please change it back. I'm so sorry. I guess it's the life. This is the I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, I wanted to be your friend.
いてく進化の奇跡悪の細胞を一つ一つすり込まれた記憶たちそれは糸粒からった分かち肌青く群をなすって足持ち這い回り木から木へ飛び回るより強く逃れるために乗り続けるそして今大地はその手に続いてく進化の奇跡悪最後の一つ一つすり込まれた記憶たちそれは糸粒からった分かち肌青く群をなすって足持ち這い回り木から木へ飛び回るより強くなれるためになり続けるそして今大地はその手にある夢を見るとよく遠く終わらゆき伸びてゆく生存の歴史が入れ込まれたそのシステムにとらわれて夢を見続ける無意識の底に沈みゆく大事な夢を見る年々と続いてく進化の奇跡悪の細胞の一つ一つすり込まれた記憶たちそれはずっとが死翼のまますりくし略奪し当たりごと裏切りの逃れぬ繰り返し血まみれ呪われた憎しみの連鎖そしてまたどこかで誰か夢を見るとよく遠く犯したその罪が醜い奇跡夢の終わりはどこへ向かうまだ知り得ぬ光の先へ9つ不慣れの今はまで大事よ夢を見る終わらない悪夢続いてく進化する歩みをとってない限り血のられた歴史呪われた歴史これからも続いてゆくだろう夢を見る遠く遠くその次はその空は絶つことだった天気つり大事よ大事よなぜオーラの大事よ大事よなぜ踊る母親の心が分かった恐ろしいのか恐ろしいのかそして今 夢の続きを新たに刻み始め新たに刻み始め白いページに侵されることを知らない楽園の住人の笑顔を守るためにただ中古を抜ける季節機はどこに管理者はひたすら見えるわけがない敵を探すお話をしましょう私の囚われたもしがこの世を襲う Trust no man, trust no man 身を守れ届け嘘で全てが叶うとしてどんな悲劇を願うの外の世界はいつの間にか幻想に牙を向く侵されてくユートピアを守るレコンキスタ嘘はつきませんただ私は幸福なパラノイア愛おしい「Stay alive, stay alive」「そう夢でこの幻想が偽りのものだと誰が悲劇を作るの」「 つまでもこの幸せが続きますように8月丸日今日は何もない素晴らしく退屈な一日だった夢を見て目が覚めてその思いにゆらゆられうだるようなとろけそうな誰かが死にそうな空人一人癒しないファーストフードの片隅夢の続きに思いを馳せた街行く子供が楽しげにはしゃぐそういうとこだけどっちでも変わらないんだなそれじゃまた明日そんな言葉かけ合ったあいつらはきっとまだ何も知らずにいるんだ前向いてよそ見して変わらず無敵のままで今という時間のその全てそれが無限に続くだけ今日という日のその向こうに明日が来ることを知ってもそれで何が変わっただろう不思議なことなど何もない例えばこの何もかもが全部変わってしまってもそれでもきっとその全てたどり着くだけ8月末日今日も何もない素晴らしく退屈な一日だった振り返り大通り大画面に映る文字つまらない意味のない終わる時代の残影ありきたり流行り捨てり何もかもバカバカしい誰も気にもしてない気がする街行く子供だけ楽しげにはしゃぐそういうとこだけど愛おしきものよ美しきものよ下げ散れない隠してまた強く握った隠されたとしても しゆく様の一つの輪をなす中になってはならないもので同じように見えて同じものは二度と巡り合わせることなどないままその姿映画のまるごと
大家好，大概2年之前，曾經同大家介紹同樣喺荃灣區行走嘅嶼巴36號線同九巴36號線。其實香港嘅巴士路線仲有唔少同編號嘅組合，部分路線更加屬於同一個種類。今集介紹嘅呢一個組合，佢哋同樣都係服務多個地方嘅經典流水線。我哋準備出發。呢一組嘅流水線係城巴10號線同九巴10號線，佢哋都屬於服務50年或者以上嘅老牌流水線。其中城巴10號線往返北角碼頭同堅尼地城，主力服務港島北岸同西區，並因沿線需求龐大而使用12.8米巴士。至於九巴10號線就循環往返彩雲村同大角咀，去程服務鑽石山、黃大仙、九龍塘同窩打老道，回程就服務旺角、喇沙利道、九龍城同新蒲崗。但係就因為部分路段嘅路面狀況，成為全港少數只可以使用10.7米或以下巴士營運嘅路線。作為流水線，兩條10號線嘅收費亦都相對較平。首先，城巴10號線雖然行車里數達到11.3公里，但佢曾經連續20年維持3個4嘅全程收費，較同樣往返北角同堅尼地城嘅18號線平1個8，而家就係4個4。而九巴10號線喺2002年轉為全空調服務嘅時候，全程收費亦都曾經低至4蚊。經過多次加價之後，而家嘅收費就係5個4。近年鐵路同特快路線網絡持續擴展，再加上乘車模式轉變，令兩條路線客量出現流失。不過兩條10號線仍然不乏短途乘客嘅支持，搭幾個站落車嘅情況十分常見，所以兩條路線一程車可以同時接載多批乘客。接下嚟將會逐一介紹兩條10號線。城巴10號線可以話係港島重要嘅流水線，多年嚟提供北角往返堅尼地城之間嘅便宜通勤服務。即使後嚟有多條往返北角同西區嘅特快路線先後開辦，仍然無損佢流水線王嘅地位。此外，相比起其他嘅西區流水線，10號線途經多段內街，令佢嘅短途客佔較大嘅比例。細看站牌同路線圖，就會發現10號線嘅走線大致沿港島北岸行走，以北角碼頭出發嘅班次為例，路線途經英皇道、銅鑼灣、跑馬地、皇后大道東、中上環、皇后大道西同卑路乍街。雖然往返北角到堅尼地城另有18、18P 同18X 號線，但三條路線車費都較10號線高。當中18X 號線喺北角嘅收費係10蚊，係10號線嘅2倍以上。同時18同18X 號線部分時段嘅班次比10號線仲要少，而18P 號線更加只係喺平日上晝行走。因此10號線至今仍然受沿線乘客歡迎。用車方面，由於沿途有唔少乘客上落，10號線主要使用各款12同12.8米巴士。喺北角碼頭巴士總站，10號線使用接近琴行街最右邊嘅雙坑，而拍攝當日其中一部用車係 Enval 512米雙層巴士。巴士由北角碼頭開出之後，會轉出英皇道，然後沿路前往天后。巴士喺第一個站琴行街已經有一定乘客上車，而由於10號線嘅車費較沿途多條流水線平，因此唔少乘客會利用呢一條線作短途通勤。喺第3個站長康街就開始有乘客落車，呢個可以解釋點解一程10號線可以接載100到200名乘客。此外，10號線站與站之間嘅距離相對較近，例如喺天后段，巴士會同時停靠皇仁書院同香港中央圖書館，而路線西行方向一共有36個站。 之後，10號線巴士由高士威道轉入禮頓道，繼而深入銅鑼灣內街同跑馬地。雖然北角往返禮頓道另有城巴 8X 號線，但10號線喺北角嘅車費較 8X 號線稍平，因此仍然獲唔少乘客支持。再加上路線係禮頓道唯一直達西區嘅路線，所以沿途都有唔少乘客上落車。此外，呢個安排亦都同時同西區另一條流水線 5B 號線作分工。5B 號線喺銅鑼灣服務東苑道同軒尼詩道。離開跑馬地馬場之後，巴士轉入皇后大道東，並沿路服務灣仔內街。相對軒尼詩道，灣仔內街沿途各站同灣仔站距離較遠。同時，呢條路線亦都係該帶唯一往返北角嘅全日路線，所以呢一度嘅流水客佔相當大嘅比例。拍攝途中，呢一班10號線巴士遇上12分鐘之前開出嘅上一班車。由於路線沿途上落客時間較唔穩定，因此不論繁忙或非繁忙時段都會出現拖卡嘅情況。10號線喺皇后大道東最後一個站係太古廣場3座。然後巴士翻返去主幹道，服務金鐘道同德輔道中。呢一段嘅停站安排同 5B 號線相同。西港島線通車之前，金鐘同中環德輔道中曾經同時有4條流水線，1、5、5B 同10號線往返西區。而當時4條路線嘅收費係3個4，而且班次較頻密，所以使用率亦都相當高。時至今日，5號線已經取消，而1號線亦都喺2024年10月初縮短為往返跑馬地到上環，令呢一帶往返西區嘅重任交俾10同 5B 號線。喺置地廣場之後，10號線再次同 5B 號線分途，轉入域多利皇后街，然後沿皇后大道中同皇后大道西服務上環、西營盤同石塘咀。雖然呢一段另有過海隧巴101同104號線前往堅尼地城，但兩條路線嘅收費高，而且班次喺東鐵線延伸至金鐘之後遭大幅減少。因此，大多嘅乘客仍然傾向等候10號線。喺呢一程嘅觀察，皇后大道中同皇后大道西有唔少乘客上落，當中不乏由石塘咀前往堅尼地城嘅乘客，從而證明路線嘅流水線王地位。至於 5B 號線喺西區嘅服務範圍，就集中喺干諾道西同德輔道西。最後巴士翻返去卑路乍街，並停靠西寶城、山士街同聯邦新樓，然後沿域多利道前往堅尼地城總站。而家10號線平日最密8分鐘一班，日間大部分時段12至15分鐘一班。而呢一程嘅10號線巴士全程用咗大約52分鐘。喺西區仲未有鐵路服務之前，城巴10號線同一眾西區流水線曾經經歷輝煌嘅時期。當時佢哋頻密嘅班次，再加上3個4嘅低車費，成功吸納唔少乘客。過去5年，城巴10號線先後幾次加價，再加上受乘客乘車模式轉變，以及受鐵路同電車競爭影響，令到佢嘅班次遭一定程度嘅調整。 早年西區尚未有鐵路嘅時候，嗰一帶嘅主要交通工具係電車同巴士。2005年，城巴喺西區一共有4條流水線，分別係1、5、5B 同10號線，而佢哋嘅全程車費係3個4，較當時新巴嘅流水線2同2A 號線平。呢個相信係因為電車收費低廉，城巴希望維持上述路線嘅競爭力而作出嘅安排。此外，4條路線早年維持相對頻密嘅班次，其中5B 同10號線日間唔少班次達個位數。4條路線組成2至3分鐘一班嘅聯合班次。由於西區流水乘客需求龐大，再加上佢哋嘅收費較沿途其他路線平，令4條路線嘅客量相當高。平日甚至有喺中環嘅上班族乘搭呢啲路線往返附近嘅金鐘同灣仔食飯。呢個亦都係城巴西區流水線嘅黃金時代。然而，西港島線喺2015年全線通車之後，城巴因應客量轉變而調整西區流水線網絡。首先，5號線喺2015年遭取消，並由1號線延長到摩星嶺取代。其後1、5B 同10號線分階段調整班次，當中5B 同10號線除咗平日間少量時段之外，其餘時段班次最密10分鐘一班，而1號線大部分時段就係15分鐘一班。不過由於3條路線當時嘅車費仍然係3個4，加上服務範圍廣，所以客量流失較同區嘅特快路線少。要講最大嘅衝擊，相信係2020年到2023年初嘅疫情。疫情期間市民外出模式轉變，再加上持續受鐵路同電車競爭，城巴喺西區嘅營運變得困難。除咗先後幾次加價之外，5B 同10號線嘅班次再被調整，晚間同深夜時段低見25至30分鐘一班，同10年前比較，夜晚嘅班次減少超過一半。而家10號線嘅全程收費就係4個4。有鑑於幾條西區流水線重疊幅度大，而1號線嘅乘客主要往返跑馬地同上環，城巴喺2024年巴士路線發展計劃入面，提出將1號線嘅總站縮短至上環港澳碼頭，原有摩星嶺嘅服務就由5B 號線延長取代。有關計劃喺今年10月6日實施，自此西區就只係剩返2條流水線。話雖如此，10號線整體客量仍然屬於中上水平。除咗因為路線有多個獨市位，例如禮頓道、皇后大道東、皇后大道中同皇后大道西之外，1號線嘅縮短令佢需要分擔嗰一條線原有嘅客源。另一邊廂，10號線係城巴喺西區眾多流水線入邊唯一往返東區，而該帶亦都有相當多嘅短途乘客，進一步推高需求。因此10號線部分巴士會使用12.8米雙層巴士以疏導人流。展望將來，相信城巴10號線仍然係城巴喺西區嘅代表路線之一。嚟到九龍嘅彩雲村，呢度係九巴10號線嘅總站。相較城巴10號線，九巴10號線採用循環線形式運作，服務鑽石山、東頭村道、九龍塘住宅區、窩打老道、旺角、大角咀同新蒲崗。目前九巴10號線係編定行車時間最長嘅日間路線。九龍區嘅10號線同港島區嘅10號線一樣，都係服務半世紀嘅流水線。路線初期往返大角咀碼頭同坪石，而九龍東嘅總站喺1978年改為彩雲村。1996年，配合往返鑽石山站同埋佐敦道碼頭嘅3號線取消， 10號線改為循環往返彩雲村同大角咀富貴街，而來回程服務範圍並非完全相同。往大角咀方向途經沙田坳道、東頭村道同窩打老道；往彩雲方向則途經亞皆老街、打鼓嶺道同彩虹道。目前九巴10號線全程收費5個4，大部分時段20到25分鐘一班。西漢走線10號線沿途服務黃大仙、新蒲崗同九龍塘住宅區等多個地方，再加上途經多個繁忙路段，包括窩打老道同亞皆老街，所以甚少食客會坐足全程，直接往返彩雲同大角咀。因應走線長同沿途流水乘客多，10號線全程嘅編定行車時間達到127分鐘，係全港行車時間最長嘅日間路線。2021年，我曾經喺假日間非繁忙時段乘搭一次九巴10號線，喺交通暢順嘅情況之下，行車時間都需要92分鐘。巴士由彩雲村出發之後，首先會轉出清水灣道前往彩虹站。10號線喺彩虹嘅服務範圍集中喺彩虹站同彩虹村，有彩雲村嘅乘客利用呢一條線接駁觀塘線。之後巴士沿彩虹道前往鳳德道，並依次途經龍蟠苑、黃大仙同東頭村。雖然東頭村另外有2D 號線前往九龍塘住宅區，但因為嗰條線班次較少，所以大多乘客傾向等候10號線。而喺呢一程巴士所見，各個車站都有乘客上落，當中唔少屬於短途乘客，情況同城巴10號線有啲類似。
下一站係東寶田道。The next stop is the Martin Road。下一站是東寶田道。
離開九龍寨城公園之後，巴士喺聯合道轉入東寶亭道，然後再轉入嘉林邊道前往九龍塘。呢一帶係其中一個位置限制路線使用短車身巴士，而同樣途經東寶亭道同嘉林邊道嘅7B 號線，亦都曾經只可以使用短車身巴士，但自從改用延文禮士道進入嘉林邊道之後，已經放寬至可以使用12米巴士。另外，九龍塘衙前圍道同南開下道一帶係傳統住宅區同名校區，所以九巴10號線亦有學生乘客支持，並同7B 號線共同提供該帶前往窩打老道嘅沿途流水線服務。
九龍塘會。
You can find the song Padam Padam on any music app, but on the YouTube Music app, you'll find this rare Padam Padam Punk remix, or the disco remix, ooh, or the Vogue remix, or the house remix too. That's the go. Get YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free.
之後，巴士轉出窩打老道，並一直沿路前往油麻地，中途途經多個地方，包括九龍醫院、廣華醫院同上海街。較早前提過，10號線曾經係一條雙向路線，並喺大角咀設總站。而家路線嘅循環點係富榮花園。巴士由彩雲村前往富榮花園用咗大約45分鐘。10號線喺大角咀一帶依次停靠柏景灣、富貴街、舉樹街同福全街。回程嘅走線方面，10號線巴士進入旺角亞皆老街並停靠旺角站。雖然呢一個站另有9號線前往黃大仙，但嗰一條線車費較10號線稍貴，而班次亦都相若，因此10號線喺旺角亦都可以吸納一定乘客。巴士之後沿窩打老道前往九龍塘，停靠喇沙書院至書院道各站。而 然後深入九龍城衙前圍道同打鼓嶺道。呢一帶有唔少食客特意等候10號線前往東頭村、新蒲崗、鑽石山同牛池灣。離開樂善道之後，巴士轉入彩虹道，T.C. 停靠黃仲明中學、啟德花園同黃大仙警署，之後就沿蒲崗村道進入鳳德道，繼而前往鑽石山同牛池灣。喺呢一程巴士嘅觀察可見，巴士喺鳳德道、牛池灣村同牛池灣街市接載唔少短途乘客，當中不乏鐵路轉車客。最後巴士喺停靠白紅樓之後，由新清水灣道轉入豐盛街，並沿路分返去彩雲村總站。由上述可見，巴士由富民花園返返去彩雲村用咗大約47分鐘，而全程嘅客源較多屬於短途乘客。
各位乘客，本班車已經到達彩雲，請各位乘客落車，多謝乘搭10號線。We have now arrived at Croy Wharf. All passengers please alight here. Thank you for travelling on our route number 10.
雖然本港嘅道路狀況近年持續改善，唔少路線都可以轉用12或者12.8米巴士行走，但九巴10號線係少數只可以使用10.7米或者以下巴士行走嘅路線。到底整條路線入邊有邊啲路段限制咗佢嘅派車呢？縱觀整條走線，九巴10號線一共有3個位置限制派車，佢哋分別係東寶田道左轉加林邊道、八雀街左轉太子道西，以及太子道西左轉喇沙利道。喺一部長度10.5米嘅 N448 觀察所見，巴士由東寶田道轉入加林邊道嘅時候，會貼近馬路中間嘅安全島。至於由太子道西轉入喇沙利道嘅時候，就貼近中間嘅安全島同交通燈。正因如此，10號線一直只可以使用10.7米或以下嘅巴士。九巴自2001年起安排富豪超級奧林比安10.6米巴士行走呢一條線，有關車型一直成為主力，直到2023年3月全數退役為止，並由 N448 取代。其他可以喺呢一條線行走嘅車款，仲包括富豪 B9TL 10.6米、VDL EB300 10.5米、斯堪迪亞 K230UB 10.6米，以及 N400 10.4米。當中前兩款更加係樣板車，以及呢一條線嘅掛牌車。因此，九巴10號線可以話集結大多數嘅短車身巴士。近年，香港整體道路狀況持續改善，唔少路線可以轉用較大型巴士行走。九巴因應呢一個情況，近年基本上購入11.3米或以上嘅巴士，短車身巴士車隊嘅比例持續下降。然而，九巴橫橫400幾條路線入邊，仍然有8條路線嚴格規定只可以使用10.7米或者以下巴士。除咗10號線之外，仲包括 2B、14S、32P、51、208、211同211A 號線。當中51號線更加因為途經全錦公路，只可以使用配備手動減速器以及領取禁區許可證嘅 N400 10.4米。上述限制令九巴需要少量短車身巴士。而縱觀整體客量，10號線大多乘客都屬於短途乘客。喺非繁忙時段觀察所得，短車身巴士都可以應付沿線乘客需求。至於較多乘客嘅一段係彩雲村到鑽石山鳳德道之間，巴士喺呢一段途經彩虹站同鑽石山站，所以部分乘客會利用呢一條線接駁鐵路。 回程方向巴士喺呢一帶接載嘅乘客數量甚至比黃大仙至大角咀所接載嘅乘客仲要多，因此10號線亦都兼顧彩雲村接駁附近鐵路站嘅重任。總括嚟講，城巴10號線同九巴10號線都係歷史悠久嘅流水線，佢哋分別為港島北岸同九龍市區嘅市民提供短途通勤服務。雖然近年鐵路網絡擴展，再加上沿途有多條特快路線，但兩條路線同相對便宜嘅車費同埋大嘅服務範圍，至今依然受沿線乘客歡迎。另一邊廂，兩條10號線嘅用車配置卻係南轅北轍。城巴10號線途經嘅路段基本上冇用車限制，所以可以安排12同12.8米巴士行走，以應付沿線龐大嘅流水乘客。而九巴10號線就因為3個彎位，導致佢只可以使用10.7米或者以下巴士行走。呢個特性令佢成為九巴短車身路線家族嘅一員。今集嘅內容大概嚟到呢一度，記得 comment、like、share 同埋 subscribe 金堅人物語痛金隔離個鐘仔。我哋下次再見，拜拜。
去到每一度，點解總會有得嘈？難道繼續困死陰濕小氣度？我有一路，清楚找我有幅圖，行話數來任你講卡都好嘈。
走去一個冇壓力嘅地方，盡情釋放，唔使理人哋眼光。黑色白色唔使得人面色，電視空間擁有無窮面積，日出。落星空降落，音樂有音樂，如無生命叫重現，邊一幕最值得會被快樂？世世代代一個一個部落起落，邊度着落？降落福地，地球人已經忘記幸福。氣味太空旅程一步落，由呢度去到嗰度，兩個光線引動，傾空聲太好到，隨意門去邊度就邊度，感應天路走路。嗰陣時，日日喺度發夢，老師話我長大之後一定冇用，你咁嘅態度，我當你老豆老母陰公。但係今時
流血
消失的係天空飛，飛到洛杉磯，飛飛飛，繼續超越自己。而家飛飛飛到邊度都似我屋企，同我之前啲。 街個妹，24玩成晚，我同啲兄弟唔會嗌攰，代表輸一路。嚟 Esso Supreme 保護座駕高富帥，新配方 Esso Synergy Supreme Plus 引擎3倍潔淨，運行更暢順，表現自然更出色。即刻感受 Supreme 保護新世代。
Today we're looking at 20 of the best gadgets that have attracted millions of views on social media. Let me know in the comments which is your favourite. And we're going to start with this funny kitchen gadget. To use it, you crack a couple of eggs inside of it, and they drop right down this tube which runs down the middle. Then leave them in there to cook, and after a few minutes, out pops this. Ha! Check that out! It just rises up out of the machine. Tip it onto a plate, and the whole thing is hot and steaming. And if we slice it up, we've got this long roll of egg. That is crazy. And you can even put other ingredients in with it too. Now check this out. It's basically a massive version of this apple slicer, which you push down through the fruit to cut it into segments. But this big one's for watermelon. But what you can't do is just push it straight down onto the fruit like this. The outside is just too hard. So before you start, you need to chop a small slice off the top and bottom, then stand it up, line it up nice and centrally, and push it down through. Check that out. It gives us these perfect slices of watermelon, all nice and uniform, and it even cuts this core from the centre too. What a great kitchen gadget. Now check this out. It's this big auger drill designed for going into your electric hand drill. Ha! What a beast. And it's actually for drilling holes in your garden, so we can use it for planting plants. Just choose where you want your hole, point it straight down, and start drilling. There it goes. It just cuts through the ground and lifts the soil out up the auger blades. Perfect for planting your flowers. And if you need to, you can even use it for going really deep. Now, have you seen this? This gadget was all over social media, and it's got to be one of the funniest gadgets I've tested. So it comes with a ribbon wrapped around it, which you need to untie. Then these kind of tentacle arms fold out. Remove the packaging from them, and we've got this really weird looking contraption with some crazy mechanisms. But press the trigger and, ha! Check that out. It's like something out of Ghostbusters. The whole gadget is quite substantial. There's these rollers going down the arms, brushes on the inside here, and a number of buttons on the top. And it's actually an automatic washing up brush. To use it, you slide a plate inside here, pull the trigger, and the tentacles wrap round to grip it. Then press the button, and it spins the plate around onto the brushes. That's so cool. And when I tried it with some dirty plates, hey presto, it's clean. You can even use it with bowls. The tentacles just kind of form around it. And you can open it up and use the rotating foam rollers to clean your cutlery too. And if you're enjoying these gadgets, please do consider subscribing to my channel. Next up is this. It's an automatic dumpling maker. Just press the button to start it, or you can use the timer button to automatically roll one every 10 seconds. Just sit the dumpling wrapper on top, add your filling, and press the button. And they turn out great, nicely crimped. But check out what happens if you place an egg on top. It cracks it automatically for you. Pretty cool, huh? If you're lucky, it catches all of the shell. But that doesn't always happen. And eventually, after doing it one too many times, one of the eggs got stuck in there and ended up breaking the machine. So I wouldn't recommend it. Now, this has got to be one of the funniest kitchen gadgets out there. It's a hot dog slicing gadget. Just lay in your sausage and fold over the blades again to close it. As you push down, it slices through the sausage and you get these itty-bitty bits of hot dog. It doesn't actually cut them all evenly because the blade comes down at an angle, but it's got to be one of the most visually satisfying kitchen gadgets out there, but also practical if you want to cut up some sausage for your kids, or maybe to use as a pizza topping. I wanted to see what happens if I tried it with some banana, and I had to kind of push it down in there a bit, but because it's nice and soft, it cut through really well. And when I tried it with the grapes, it even cut those well too. Now, this thing is really cool. It looks amazing. It's an expanding worm fidget toy, and if we look closely, you can see it's this big lattice of interlocking plastic strips. They move in relation to each other, and the whole thing can fold and stretch, and it's even a little bit springy, but it looks super cool as it moves and morphs around in your hand. It's so visually appealing and kind of unearthly, it's no wonder it did so well on social media. Next up, we've got this. It's this really cool cube, which changes shape. It's a really cool fidget toy that you can transform into over 70 shapes. It folds and twists and bends, and it kind of sticks together on itself. It's got 36 magnets inside, so it snaps into shape, and there's all sorts of shapes to try and learn how to master. It's a really fun fidget toy for when you're bored. Next up is this really cool digital pixel art frame. It connects to your phone via Bluetooth, and once you've got the app, there's loads of things you can do with it, like drawing your own designs, which come straight up on the screen, and you can even animate them. You can use it as a message board by typing in your own text, and it rolls across the picture frame, and there's dozens of different ways of displaying it. It displays the time, the date, even your local weather and temperature. You can use it as a lamp and use your phone to turn it on and off, or change the colour. You can also change the brightness, and there's loads of preset animations already built in, or once you've made your own, you can upload it to the app, or browse through and use other people's. There's a digital scoreboard if you're playing a game against someone. There's a stopwatch, alarm clocks, and a countdown timer, which is really useful if you're cooking. You can set it so the display responds to music, and there's loads of different presets to choose from. There's also games like this Paint by Numbers one, with loads of different pictures to choose from, or even a Magic 8 Ball to help you make up your mind if you're not sure about something. It's got a built-in rechargeable battery, so you can use it without any leads, and it comes with a little stand that clips into the back for it to lean up against, or it can sit upright on the frame, or you can, of course, hang it on the wall. Next up is this, an amazing breakfast sandwich maker, and it can make a delicious breakfast in just 5 minutes. To use it, you place a muffin on the base here, then you can layer up your ingredients, maybe some cooked meat and a layer of cheese, then you can close down the next section and tip an egg in here. Close down the top and leave it to cook for a minute, then place the other half of the muffin on top to toast for a few minutes. And when it's all ready, just open it up and slide back the cooking plate. The egg and muffin now drop down onto the next layer, then lift it up out of the way, and the bottom ring too. And check that out, that looks and smells amazing. Now this thing's really cool. It's a battery-operated egg spinner. So this capsule twists and you can open it up, and inside is a flexible silicone liner with these ribs to grip and protect the egg and to accommodate different sizes. It sits on this base, which has got a motor inside and is powered with a rechargeable battery. On the bottom it's got these 4 sucker pad feet, so it grips to the worktop and doesn't move around when it's spinning. It's such a funny gadget to use. You take an egg and insert it into the capsule. This one's a nice snug fit. You can see the ribs along the side supporting it. Place the other half on top, squeeze it together and lock it shut. Then we can sit the pod on the base and lock the cover over on top. Then when you press the button, it spins really fast. And what's really cool is it stops and spins the other way, changing direction every few seconds. And the idea is it's actually going to scramble the egg inside the shell, just from spinning back and forward. After about a minute, it comes to a stop. Then we can remove the cover, lift out the pod, and open it up. You got to be careful removing the egg, because you definitely don't want to break it now. And then when you crack it open, check that out. It's been completely and utterly scrambled inside the shell. But it doesn't end there. You've got to see what happens when you cook the egg. So for the next one, after it had finished spinning, I removed it and placed it into a pan of simmering water. I left it for a few minutes to hard boil. Then once it had cooked and cooled down, I cracked it open and peeled it. And check it out, we've got a golden egg. And even when we cut through it, it's mostly golden. Next up is this amazing perpetual motion marble machine.
Hello，你好。首先都好多謝你願意去分享關於你自己治療凹凸洞或者係暗瘡疤痕嘅一啲經驗啦。咁記得你當時嚟到嘅時間呢，你就話由17歲啦醫到去嚟到呢度嘅時間呢，已經醫咗好多年啦。咁幾多歲唔好講啦。咁就話一直以嚟都冇一個好大嘅改善嘅。咁或者你可唔可以分享下關於你其實過往你曾經接受過啲咩治療方法呢？
其實試過嘅方法係都好多嘅，咁有即係最常見嗰啲激光啊，微針之前都有做過啦，珊瑚針啦，FGF 嗰個啦，要專登飛去日本做嘅，係咯，多數都係呢一啲，即係出邊普遍話係，總之醫到凹凸洞嘅，我都有去做過晒咯。
咁你過去做呢啲治療啦，咁有冇好到呢？
有嘅，不過嗰個程度係好輕微咯，同埋就即係可能過咗一排之後，又好似打回。
Next up is this amazing perpetual motion marble machine. This has been beautifully handcrafted, and it looks stunning. Drop a metal marble in, and watch what happens. Ha! That's absolutely amazing. The ball works its way down the hole and just flies back round again. It's a really clever design. Perpetual motion doesn't really exist. This does require a battery, and there's some kind of electromagnet which accelerates the ball as it rolls down the chute. This is just a perpetual motion simulator. It's got a hidden little power button here, which you just touch to turn on and off. And if we try using it when it's off, you can see it just doesn't operate. It has to have that boost from the battery and the electromagnet to launch the marble back around. If I turn it on and just place the marble down here, you can see it kind of pulsing as it pushes the marble forward. But I love the way it's completely silent. There's no motor noise or anything. It's simply just the noise of the ball rolling down the chute and landing back on the plinth. And what's really cool is you can even use it with multiple balls. Now, this ferrofluid is amazing. It's basically a magnetic fluid. It was invented by a NASA engineer in 1963. And when we introduce a magnet, we get these magnificent shapes. We can alter the size and quantity of the spikes by varying the proximity of the magnet. And we can even use two magnets and make it dance in between them. If you agitate it really quickly, you can break it up into loads of tiny little bits, a bit like a snow globe. But then, of course, you can reintroduce the magnet and it all connects back together. Pretty cool, huh? Next up, you've got to see this. It injects a banana with your favourite filling. So you just fill the gadget up with whatever treat you like. I'm using Nutella, but you could use peanut butter, jams, jellies, or even yoghurt. Once you've filled the hopper up, close the plunger down and slowly start squeezing it until it reaches the end of the pipe. Next, we need to take a banana, preferably find one as straight as possible. Then you have to cut off the bottom inch, slide it into this guide, and hold it down onto the tray to make it as flat as possible. Then push this coring tool down into the banana until you get to the end. Give it a little twist, put your finger over the hole to make a vacuum, and slowly pull it out. There we go. Then remove the banana from the holder, and it's made a perfect hole all the way through the middle. You can use this little stick they supply to push the banana back out of the pipe, and now we can just slide the banana onto the pipe, gently press down on the plunger, and it's actually pushing the banana back as it injects it full of Nutella. I'm just kind of guiding it with my hand. And when you're at the end, there it is, full up. Peel it back, and it's ready to eat. What would you put inside? Now, if you like butter on your morning toast, check this out. It's this really cool butter cutting gadget. Every time you press the trigger, it cuts off another piece of butter. That's so cool. A really handy gadget and easy to use. To fill it up, you cut some butter off the block and drop them down into the unit. Then this ratcheting plunger sits down on top and then clip on the cover. Perfect pieces of butter. Next up is this amazing looking globe. It's a satellite photo of Earth wrapped around a sphere. There's some lovely bits of cloud cover too, and it can just spin in your hand while you hold it. It's called a MOVA globe, and it came in this really smart looking box. Inside is this clear plastic base and legs, which fit together to make a stand, and underneath the protective foam, we get to the globe. And what I love is straight out of the box, it just spins in your hand. You don't need to put batteries in or anything. Apparently it works with some advanced magnets and solar cells to power the movement, and the reason we can hold it and it still spins is because it's actually inside a very thin transparent case. So we're holding the casing and the globe which is inside is free to move around. I think it actually floats in a liquid and it must be weighted inside because it's always facing down. And check out what happens when I roll it across the floor. It rolls perfectly smoothly with the globe inside staying upright. It can work from the interior lights or sunlight, and you can get them in a range of different sizes or styles. There's a link in the description if you want to buy one. But to accompany your globe, how about this? Levitating moon lamp. This is the one I bought. Here's the moon. It's quite a hard planet. plastic, and apparently it's been 3D printed to replicate the same craters and features that exist on our moon. How cool is that? And you can see if I place it down on the table and rock it, it's definitely bottom heavy. It also comes with this wood effect base, with a power input on the back, and a hidden power button on the front. It's powered by the mains, and to use it, you lower the moon down over the base, and when you get it in the right position, it floats. Check that out, that's so cool. And it starts to spin by itself, dim the lights, and it looks stunning. But what's really cool is you can turn it off, and it keeps floating, and there's 3 different colour settings: yellow, pure white, and slightly blue. It's also completely silent, and to prove just how well it levitates, you can slide a piece of paper straight through underneath. Now check this out, it's an automatic pot stirrer. Just put it in your saucepan and press the button, and it goes round and round, stirring your food for you while it cooks, and it even changes direction automatically. I used it to make my morning porridge to make sure it didn't burn and stick to the bottom of the pan, and it's really useful for things like baked beans, or for heating up some soup, or maybe some custard. But if you try it on anything too thick, it doesn't really work, like this bolognese sauce. But if you get bored, you can just let it dance around the table. Chopping up onions can be a right pain, and that's where this gadget comes in. It's a manual hand chopper. Check it out, it's got this massive zigzag blade. It comes with this base part, and to use it, you just push down on the plunger, which pushes the blades down and chops whatever's underneath. But what's clever is it also rotates the blade to slice things up really thoroughly. You do have to pre-slice things with a knife first, but then it just takes seconds with this chopper to slice it all up really small. So unless you're really good with a knife, it would probably take the average person a long time to chop things up as finely as this with a knife. And what's really cool is you can just fill up the bottom container with nuts like this, put the cover back on, and start chopping. It really doesn't take long at all to get this beautiful pile of finely cut nuts. Now this thing's really cool. It's for spraying fresh lemon juice. And I mean straight out of the lemon. Roll a lemon back and forward on the surface a little. This helps to juice up the inside. Then use a sharp knife to carefully cut off the top like this. Then screw the gadget straight down in. After a couple of pumps, you get a mist of lemon juice spraying out. Pretty cool, huh? You can't get fresher than that. It stays inside the fruit well and can be used for all sorts of things. Now, if you want to see some amazing fidget toys, like this super realistic banana, which you can stretch and squish, you can click on the link here to watch my video. Stay safe, have fun, and as always, thanks for watching.
My culinary philosophy, it's using high quality products and follow up the season. I believe in letting the natural flavors shine while using classic technique mixed also with some innovation. I'm Federico Pucci, the chef of Don Alfonso 1890 at Palazzo Versace Macao. Caciucco is a typical soup from Tuscany region. Traditionally, caciucco includes 20 different kinds of fish. We prepare 3 different kinds of base. One of the first steps is to clean all the raw fish. After that, we use the head and the bone to prepare the sauce. Another one is water extract from clams. And the third one is a kind of bisque with prawn and scampi. This dish we use paccheri. Paccheri is a shape of pasta typical from Campania region. I love paccheri because they have this kind of unique shape and they always have this texture al dente. What I most want diners experience from this dish is the flavors of Italy. In this dish you can feel all the flavor of the sea. You can feel like you are in a port and the fishing men just arrived. Because one of the main points of this dish is a soup created from some fishermen. I feel very attached to this dish because it's something we create here for this restaurant in Macau and slowly evolve. The best part of my job is to see people happy.
This tiny tool is really useful. It's got a nice pointy tip on the end, and there's a hole on the other end, so you can attach it to your key ring. It's an everyday carry gadget, but let's see what you can use it for. First, I tried using it as a pry bar, and I was able to pull out these rusty old staples from a piece of wood. It can also double up as a handy little screwdriver if you need one when you're out and about. Or you can use it as a scraper if there's something you need to scratch off. The hard pointy corner is perfect for scribing lines. And it's really useful for opening packaging with too. I do love the size of this thing, and I'm sure there's other uses we could use it for too. So everyday carry gadgets need to be small and practical, lightweight, maybe multifunctional, and generally help you to solve challenges that may arise. So I've bought a box full of them to test out and review. Do let me know in the comments afterwards which is your favourite and why. Now let's take a look at this. Slide it out of its little wallet, and it's a multi-tool card. Check this out. There's little cutouts for tools and markings all over it. And according to the advert, it's got 46 tools. And because of its size, it can even fit into your wallet. So let's test it out. There's these different sized little hex wrenches for undoing or tightening up nuts and bolts. This one here was great for the bike. There's a really small screwdriver here on the end, which could be handy in an emergency. It's got this clever little protractor here if you need to draw yourself an angle, or you can use any of these holes to draw yourself a circle. There's a ruler across the top, which you can use for drawing straight lines, and of course measuring. It's got these spoke keys here for tightening up your wheel spokes, but when I tried it, I found it didn't really work for me. The card was too thin to really grip onto the adjuster, but there's a box cutter here, which works really well. The letter opener, though, I didn't find to be very effective. Maybe I was using it wrong, but for me it just ripped the envelope. But there's a handy little bottle opener here, and that works well. Let's try out this can opener. Well, it actually cuts into the can really well. It's not all that easy to use, and it looks a bit messy, but to be fair, it is working really well, and it hasn't taken long to go all the way around. After using it though, I did notice it's actually scratched all the paint off the corner here. That's not ideal, and I guess it's gone down into the food. But of course, up in this corner here, there's a little keyring hole, so you can attach it to your bunch of keys. All in all, it's a really neat little gadget. Now, let's take a look at these. Inside the box, we get 4 different coloured carabiners, which correspond to these 4 coloured capsules. Let's take a look at this blue one. It's a smart-looking aluminium alloy case, and we can unscrew it, and inside we've got this. Pull this piece out, and, it's a telescopic cleaning brush. And this, it's a stainless steel collapsible drinking straw. What amazing colours. It's got a silicone mouthpiece around one end to drink from. And the idea is you carry your own reusable drinking straw around with you, so you don't have to take single-use ones. And even though it's telescopic, it does work really well.
今次唔單止為夢徒怒而同我自己。
你想順利過關，只要叫聲師傅。擺埋英，搞下氣氛啫。迪士尼《魔海奇緣2》
12月5號，
戲院見。
One of the key differentiators is our approach towards investing in global IG corporates. Our fund focuses on a thematic approach, which means that we look at medium to long-term trends within the credit markets that can both be top-down and bottom-up led. Once these themes are identified, we then leverage the strength of our credit research team for their security selection to populate these themes. For example, one of the themes that we have is called financial deleveraging. Now, increased banking regulation has resulted in banks, especially in Europe, and national champions in the US being very well capitalized, which in our view reduces systemic risk. So for our high conviction bank investments, we are comfortable in investing down the capital structure to take advantage of an attractive risk premium. Second, energy independence. Now, sector-wise, we also like energy, but vertically integrated companies, i.e. those with exposure across both up and downstream activities, from drilling to refining. Now, this theme also seeks to minimize oil price fluctuations caused by geopolitics and growth, hence we prefer to invest in diversified energy players. Third, credit cycle differentiation. Now, we have a preference for European issuers over the US, hence we are overweight European credit, which also offers better value than the US at this juncture. Now, whilst the more attractive spreads are partly in recognition that the growth picture is more challenged in Europe, European corporates, in our view, remain more conservative in terms of their balance sheet leverage and are more bondholder friendly. Fourth, European socialization. Now, we like within Europe, Italy and Spain. We believe that the risk of populism is reduced and the integration within the EU is further enhanced through the issuance of next generation EU bonds, i.e. more fiscal-like integration. And hence we expect to see further European spread convergence within the periphery versus the core. Finally, we have a global diversified approach rather than a benchmark approach. For example, from a regional perspective, most global IG managers in this asset class have exposure of close to 60% in US credit, given benchmark considerations. But we believe we are more regionally diversified, which we believe helps us to deliver better risk-adjusted returns over the medium term.
It doesn't seem to lose any suction from the joints, and the little telescopic cleaning brush makes it possible to give it a thorough clean all the way down the inside. There's a keyring on the back, and you can attach it to something with the carabiner, so you've always got it to hand. But now I want to show you what's inside here. Open up the bag, and we've got this really smart-looking little box. Take the lid off, and here's the gadget. So apparently it's a waterproof electric arc plasma lighter, and it's even got an additional feature, which I'll show you in a minute. So we open up the safety clip here, press the button. Wow, and it springs open really nicely. That looks crazy. It's got these like 4 electrodes on the top, and if I press the button... Whoa, there's the plasma arcing. I'm going to hold it up against the box to make it more visible. The sound of the arcing is mad. It sounds like a welder. It comes in this nice rugged case, and it's actually IP56 waterproof. And what's really cool is they've also included a flashlight here on the bottom. There's 2 different brightnesses and a strobe. It's all nicely brightly coloured to make it easy to find. And if we take the tray out of the box... it also comes with this lanyard with a survival whistle too. You can thread it through the hoop here on the case, so you can tie it onto something so you don't lose it. And there's a handy little clip here, so you can remove it if you want to. On the other side of the lighter here is actually a USB-C port for charging it up. It's got an inbuilt 220 milliamp hour battery, which should be charged in 1.5 hours. So before we try using it, let's make sure it's fully charged. So I've never actually used one of these before, and it's also windproof. Check this out when I blow on it. It just doesn't affect it. And to light something, first I'm going to try this piece of paper. Wow, touch it in there for not even a second, and we've got a flame. That's amazing. Try it with some cotton wool, and straight away it bursts into flames. Let's try lighting a match with it. Lighting a match with it. And yeah, even that worked. But will it light just a piece of wood? And after a second or two, there we go. What a handy little lighter. I really like this. It's built really well, and it's so easy to use. Next up is this. It's the Olight iMini 2 keychain light. Open it up and pop it out, and here it is. It's made from an aluminium body, and apparently it's got a 1.5 meter drop resistance. Slide this cover off the back, and it's actually a USB plug, which is used for charging it. Plug it in to charge. You can even charge it straight from your computer, and it's even got a little charging indicator. And to turn it on, do we twist it? No. Oh wow, no way. You just pull it off the base. Pretty cool, huh? There's a strong magnet to snap it back on, and it holds it really firmly. It's so small, but still really bright. And because it's magnetic, we can attach it to all sorts of things, which could be useful if you need a bit of light, but want to keep your hands free. And if I open up the back of the packet, as well as the instructions, we also get, another cover for the USB plug. And inside here is a smart little clip. So you can attach the hoop to your keyring, and then you can easily clip on and unclip the torch. That really is cool, and I know most of us have got a light on our phone these days, but I don't think they're as bright as this. And there's a lot of advantages to this little thing. Such a handy little thing to have with you. Next we're going to take a look at this. It's a really cool multi-tool gadget pen. You can get it in different colours, and it's got some really good reviews. Down the side it's got these different scales of ruler, and there's also a little inbuilt spirit level. Ha! That's so cool. And the hexagonal shape stops it from rolling away. If we look at the top of the pen, there's this rubber pad, which is actually a touchscreen stylus for a phone or tablet. But check this out. You can unscrew it and access a crosshead mini screwdriver. And you can even pull that out and turn it around to give you a flat slot one instead. And of course, it does also work as a pen. Just turn the bottom to access the retractable nib. The pen section can be pulled out, and they even supplied 3 refills. What a great gadget. Nice quality and a decent price. Next I want to take a look at this. It's actually a mini portable tripod. It comes with this Allen key, and you can see it really is quite small. The 3 legs open up and they're quite stiff, which allows us to angle them however we like. There's the thread here on the top for attaching your camera to, and the screw here underneath which we can tighten up if the legs start to get a little loose. And instead of fitting a normal camera on top, you know how sometimes you're out and about and you want to take a photo and there's nothing to stand your phone up on, or you can't quite get it to stand at the right angle. So to attach your phone to the tripod, I also had to buy a phone mount, and that's what we've got here. You can see it's spring loaded to grip a range of phone sizes. Attaching it to the tripod is easy. Then just clip your phone in, and there we go. No more difficulty when you're trying to set your phone up to take a photo. The one thing which is a shame with this phone holder though, is you can't really mount your phone vertically. There's a screw on the back of this holder, which you could use with a different type of tripod setup, but there's no way of mounting it to hold the phone like this. However, this clamp is far more premium. It costs a lot more, but it's really high quality, and there's also a thread for mounting the clamp sideways. Screw it on here, and it gives us just enough space to mount the phone vertically. So it's perfect if you need to take a photo or video in either orientation. Now, although these 2 gadgets are slightly larger than the other products we've been looking at today, they still really are pretty small. They are portable, and you can pretty much still comfortably fit them in your pocket, or if you're putting them in a bag, they take up nearly no space at all. Next up is this. Well, this is pretty well used because I bought it a little while ago, and I've been really enjoying them. Open up the case, and it's a set of wireless Bluetooth earbuds. And if you haven't tried them before, they really are great. Your head movement feels so free and unrestricted in these, compared to conventional wired headphones. And there's some clever stuff on here as well. If you touch the side of them here, you can use it to turn the volume up and down, and even to pause or restart the music. It's so nice not having any cables to get tangled up. The battery life on them is fantastic, and they're really easy to connect to your device. Once you've finished using them, you just sit them back in the case, they snap in to hold them securely with some magnets, close the lid, and it turns them off and recharges their batteries. Pretty cool, huh? And there's a USB plug on the bottom to recharge the case every once in a while. These USB data sticks can be really useful for storing and transferring data, but I've been finding modern devices often don't come with a Type A standard USB port. They come with a smaller USB-C type port, which can be frustrating. You can get these little adapters which are handy. It plugs onto your stick and converts it to the smaller fitment. But have you seen these? This is really useful. It's a USB stick, which has got the older Type A USB port, but slide it across the other way, and out pops a USB-C plug. So it makes it really easy to save data from our older machines, and transfer it across to a newer device. Pretty cool, huh? But next I want to take a look at this. It's a mini magnetic ratchet wrench. Now this measures 134 centimeters long, and it has actually got a working ratchet, with a little switch underneath here to change the direction. And we can pop open the handle, like this, to reveal a selection of bits. Each one is double function, so we can just turn it over the other way to use the other side. And it's held firmly into the 1/4-inch drive with a magnet, so it sticks firmly in place. It's definitely small enough to fit in your pocket, and it's a really useful little tool if there's anything you might need to do up. And it can be especially useful in awkward, tight-to-get places. But next up is this. It's a handy little adjustable wrench, and it's just 4 inches long. Pop it off the packaging, and it's been made really nicely. It's a high-performance steel alloy, it's got a really nice action to it, and it opens up to 14 millimeters. Again, there's a hole in the back, so you could keep it on a keychain, or use a carabiner to attach it to something. But it fits easily into your pocket, and it can be really useful to have an adjustable wrench with you for both larger and smaller applications. But if you want to see these really cool viral TikTok gadgets that morph and change shape, you can click on the link here. Have fun, stay safe, and as always, thanks for watching.
唉。
Why would you want to be cutting holes in a piece of bread? Well, this is a vintage kitchen gadget which came as part of a job lot I bought online. I think they're about 50 years old, and if you've got any memories or information about any of these gadgets, do share them in the comments. And the first one we're looking at is the Party Snack Maker. It was made by the company Tala, who were one of the oldest kitchenware brands, established in the UK in 1899. There's instructions on the back of the box, and let's open it up and see what we've got. Wow, well this thing really does look like it's brand new. Here's the plastic cocktail sticks, and this must be the gadget, the Party Snack Maker. That's an interesting little thing, pretty much just a plunger in a plastic casing. The leading edge of it here is tapered, which will help for cutting. But let's see how many of the cocktail sticks are left after all these years. It says originally there were 25. And, oh, what's this? No way, check this out. It's a very old and perished elastic band. I guess this was holding all the sticks together originally. But I tidied them up a little, spread them out, and started counting, and... no way, there's still 25 here. After all these years, not one of them have been lost or broken. I really think this gadget has probably never been used. But before I try it, I think it's due a wash. So I gave it a good clean with some soapy water on the outside and down the barrel. Then I realised I can unscrew the back to make cleaning a bit easier, and oh, what's this? There's a little note. Ha! Look at that. Use lukewarm water only for washing. Well, thankfully this is only lukewarm, but what on earth is that doing tucked up inside there? That's so funny. But I finished giving it a decent wash, and then did the cocktail sticks too. So to use it, I'm slicing off a nice thick piece of cheese, and I'm going to be using a piece of ham as well. But I'm going to fold it in half because it's quite thin. And the idea is we just place it over the top and push down to cut a circle out, which stays up inside. I started with the cheese, then took a layer of ham. That's worked well. If you're enjoying this video, please do consider liking and subscribing. It really does help. And a massive thank you to all of you who support my channel. Right, back to the action. So I kept alternating back and forward until it was nearly full. And I'm going to finish off with a little layer of bread. And you can see it pushes the plunger back as it's filling up. So now we need to take one of the cocktail sticks and push it through the centre. Ah, there was still a little bit of space inside, but once that's pushed through to the end, we can extrude it out by pushing it through with the plunger. And look at that. Pretty cool, huh? A nice little party snack of cheese and ham sat on a small disc of bread. That is actually quite fun. The book suggests it can be used with cold meat, sausage, smoked salmon, cheese, melon, pear, beetroot, cucumber, pickle, or bread. So I tried using it with smoked salmon, which I did find a little bit fiddly to cut and sit up inside the gadget, and I'm alternating it with layers of cucumber. And I can just about get 3 layers of cucumber out of one slice. The salmon was pretty fiddly, to be honest. And this time I'm going to have a slightly thicker bread base by cutting out 3 layers. Push the cocktail stick through, and slide it out. Ah, I wasn't quite straight with the stick this time. And that salmon layer on top is a little awkward. But that does look nice, and it's going to taste amazing. So I carried on and made a few more. This time, this one's got a layer of bread on top, and I'm going to do some with fruit as well. So I took a slice of mango, a nice piece of pear, and also some melon, then started taking layers with the cutter. Well, it cuts through really nicely, there's no problems there. And this time when I pushed the skewer through, I made sure to get it a bit straighter, and hey, check that out. That looks really nice. Like a mini fruit lolly or popsicle. It was good fun using this product, and I reckon it stands up to the test of time. We've definitely made some tasty little party snacks, but next we're going to try out this. The Cherry Stone Pitter. This was made by the Westmark Company in Germany, which was founded in 1956. Let's open it up, and again, it looks brand new. It's made out of aluminium. There's the company name stamped on here. Here's a little recess for you to sit your cherry in. It pushes the plunger down, which should eject the cherry stone, and is spring-loaded, so it opens back up. So I'm giving it a quick wash, and it's time to test it out. So I took a nice cherry, pulled off the stem, and sat it in the gadget. Then give it a squeeze and... oh, look at that. It kind of fired it out into my hand. It makes a bit of a splat, but it definitely works. And there's our hollow cherry. So let's try doing a few, and once you fired the stone out, oh, it flew straight out of the bowl. You can just drop your cherry straight off into another bowl. But yeah, look how simple that is. It works really well, and it doesn't take long to get a big pile of pitted cherries. Though, do be careful of the splatter. Something else I did notice was on the side of the box. It says as well as removing the cherry pit, it can also remove the stem. So let's give that a go. Apparently you just sit the cherry on upside down, with the stem hanging underneath like this, and then... oh yeah, check that out. That's so cool. What an impressive little gadget. Really great if you want to make some jams or desserts with cherries. But next we're going to take a look at this. Tea strainer with drip bowl. It's made by the Sunex company in Hong Kong, which was founded in 1972. But I'm not really sure what sort of age this product is. If you've got any idea, let me know in the comments. Really sure what sort of age this product is. If you've got any idea, let me know in the comments. Jams or desserts with cherries. But next we're going to take a look at this. Tea strainer with drip bowl. It's made by the Sunex company in Hong Kong.
の神今宵の手よりも輝いておりますそのような現る繰り広げの恐怖がもしもあなたを脅かすならば切ながら私愛の語らいついでにあなたの行く先へ思い出しましょう嬉しいわ今宵は手をしようおいであな ときっと私を恨んでいようお別れにせめてはっきり本当の気持ち言ってさよならしたかったの
我真係唔敢再用手動牙刷啦。原來向上刷、向下刷係唔夠嘅。
如果仲係咁咧，小心去旅行嗰啲牙痛，到時咧有得睇冇得食，咁啊真係幫你唔到啦。手動牙刷點解唔好咧？好難完全清除牙菌膜嘅。正所謂預防勝於治療，我就梗係唔想去旅行嘅時候突然間牙痛啦。所以咧近期我都轉用咗 Oral-B IO10磁動牙刷，佢比起手動牙刷更有效清潔牙菌膜。刷嘅時候只要將佢擺定喺隻牙上面，等啲刷毛360度。
Yeah, I think the W was 5-3. Compression said that the older generation is with the stay said. With recovery, the new device is slower to recover. For ping, mobile around the similar. Rary, the older device with more rary. The thing is new there. Feed time around 7 a.m. So it's 3 hours and 15-minute gap. This time, the 3 hours and 15-minute gap. So of course Freddie Mercury is stopping. Kind of stopping. So Freddie Mercury is quick feeder, so 8 minutes finishes.
Why do so many people trust iHerb for their health and wellness products? Simple. We guarantee freshness. iHerb.
Pregnancy is a crazy time for any parent, but even the healthiest of pregnancies can be difficult. What with morning sickness, swollen ankles, hormone fluctuations, and that's before you bring home a screaming baby. However, rare conditions and complications have made some pregnancies even more crazy. From stories of getting pregnant while pregnant to biological twins born in different decades, it's time to take a look at some medically amazing and record-breaking pregnancies that you won't believe actually happened. Back in 2009, single mom Nadia Sulman, more famously known as the Octomom, broke records by giving birth to, you guessed it, 8 babies in one go. At the time, it was the very first case of all the octuplets surviving past their first week, making her pregnancy a true medical marvel. Nadia conceived her octuplets through IVF, which stands for in vitro fertilization. This is where an egg is retrieved from a woman and fertilized with sperm in a laboratory. The result of this fertilization is called an embryo, which is then placed inside a uterus to develop and grow into a fetus. Now, usually, ovaries only release one egg at a time, so before the eggs are harvested, medicines and fertility drugs are administered to whoever's eggs are being harvested to allow the ovaries to produce multiple eggs, which are then collected. To ensure the highest chance of success, multiple embryos are then usually inserted into the womb. This means IVF treatments are more likely to produce fraternal twins or triplets. That is, separate fetuses grown from separate eggs, rather than 2 or 3 fetuses developed from one egg. Now, Nadia began IVF treatments back in 1997 and had a total of 6 children this way, all born separately with the exception of one set being twins. By 2009, she had some viable embryos left and decided to have 6 inserted at once because they were reaching the end of their viable lifespan. She and the doctors assumed that, now that she was older, not all the embryos would take, and while 6 was still a lot for a woman of her age, the procedure was approved. But there was a problem. Nadia's doctor in Beverly Hills, California hadn't actually transferred 6 embryos. He'd transferred 12. Not only was this extreme, but it was also very risky for both Nadia and the 8 embryos which had successfully become fetuses. As they grew, Nadia's pregnancy pictures quickly captured the public's attention as she was sporting one of the biggest bumps you'll ever see. Now, wombs are incredibly elastic, easily able to carry an average 20-inch long, 7.8-pound fetus to term for a full 37 weeks. Even so, images like this floating around the internet showing mega moms with hugely distended stomachs apparently having given birth to 17 babies aren't always real. This one, for example, is just Photoshop. Why anyone would do this is beyond me. However, at just 31 weeks, Nadia really was close to bursting and running out of room. She had to deliver all of her miracle babies by emergency C-section, with each of them weighing between just 1 pound 8 ounces and 3 pounds 4 ounces. Less than half that of your average newborn. But despite being dangerously underdeveloped, they beat the odds and all survived. And more than 10 years on, they're all one happy family. One very big happy family at that. The Pregnant Man.
What does your video sound like? Go to artlist.io and get the best music and sound effects for your videos.
As a society, we're better educated on transgender issues than ever before. But back in 2008, the idea that a man could be pregnant wasn't only ridiculous, it was impossible. Then along came Thomas Beatty, the first man in the entire world to get pregnant. Thomas's story was a revelation, given that childbirth had only ever been recorded in people identifying as women up until that point. But Thomas, who'd been assigned female at birth, had undergone sex reassignment surgery involving a double mastectomy and testosterone hormone treatments, allowing him to develop a physically masculine body. Because his wife at the time couldn't carry children, he took matters into his own hands. Well, his own womb, and decided to bear their children himself. Because he'd never had any surgeries to remove his uterus, he was able to use a sperm donor to fertilize his eggs, and with the help of IVF, he became pregnant. In order to do this, though, he was required to come off testosterone for the entire period of egg retrieval and pregnancy. This essentially allowed his natural estrogen and progesterone levels to rise, which are essential for a fetus's development. Also, high testosterone intake during pregnancy can negatively impact fertility and development. I'm sure for many people in 2008, it was the weirdest pregnancy story they'd ever heard. But Thomas bravely shared his story publicly to raise awareness, and since then, the collective understanding of pregnancy and trans people has increased significantly. He proved that it was in fact possible to be a pregnant dad, with his baby bump photos garnering a lot of attention. He didn't stop with one though, and went on to give birth to 2 more children. This amazing example allowed others to share their own experiences too. Danny Wakefield is another trans person who followed in Thomas's footsteps and made the sacrifice to come off testosterone to carry a child themselves. I mean, just look at how adorable they are together. Thanks to Thomas's story, as the first pregnant man legally recognized by the U.S. government, he's paved the way for people who once thought it was impossible to have kids of their own. And I think we can all agree, the world can never have too many loving parents. 2 heads are better than 1. All children are unique in their own way, but these twins are the literal definition of unique. This remarkable pair of conjoined twins defied all odds when they were born back in 2022, with 2 hearts, 3 arms, and 2 heads, sharing a chest, pelvis, and torso. This may seem like a standard case of conjoined twins, a rare but understood phenomenon where 2 babies are born connected to one another. But even for the experts, it's hard to discern whether this baby should be treated as 1 child or 2. Shaheen Khan expected to deliver 2 fully formed twins, but gave birth to dicephalic parapagus twins. These twins occur when the egg splits into 2 embryos, but the splitting stops before it can fully complete its separation. This is an incredibly rare type of partial twinning, one that's often fatal. Now, conjoined twins usually occur once in every 50,000 to 100,000 pregnancies, and even if they're separated surgically, they have an average survival rate of just 7.5%. But dicephalic parapagus twins are in their own special category, with only 11% of conjoined cases resulting in dicephalic parapagus twins, and their survival rate being unknowably low. Because their bodies are so closely entwined, dicephalic parapagus twins usually will not undergo separation surgery. This is because there will be a better chance of survival if they are not separated, unless one of the twins is in critical condition. Thankfully, neither of the Kahn twins was critical, and so both of these amazing miracle babies survived. What a double bundle of joy. Now I have to give that incredible mom some respect. That delivery sounds like it was on a whole other level of hard. Why not show your support for her and her incredible story by hitting those like and subscribe buttons down below? All done? Brilliant. What have we got next? She's still got it. One of the biggest myths surrounding pregnancy is that you can't get pregnant after a certain age. But Aramati Mangayama proved everyone who thought that wrong at the grand old age of 73. Yep, Aramati is the oldest woman to ever give birth. Now, her decision to have children at that age sparked a large debate over geriatric pregnancies amongst doctors and the public. Pregnancies in women over the age of 35 tend to carry higher risks for low birth weights, likelihood of the child having developmental issues, cardiac issues such as strokes, and higher chances of complications during pregnancy and labor. At 72 then, Aramati's pregnancy was as risky as it could be, but she refused to give up on the dream of having a child which she and her husband had tried desperately to conceive for 5 decades. Now, what is pretty impossible is for a woman in her 70s is to have enough, if any, viable eggs left. Women are born with all the eggs they're ever going to have, some 300 to 400,000. They have the most when they hit puberty, and this supply gradually reduces up till menopause, at around 45 to 55 years old, when there are no eggs left. So the couple went through IVF with donor eggs and her husband's sperm. All hail technology. She was then subjected to a year-long stay in hospital with 10 doctors monitoring her progress. But it was worth it when she finally gave birth in 2019 to twin girls. What's even more amazing, though, is that despite her age, Aramati's doctors detected no underlying conditions or issues and expected no complications at all. And just as the doctor ordered, her twins were delivered safely and healthy. Man, I don't even expect to be all there in my 70s, let alone popping out babies like a spring chicken. What a woman. A long time coming. Have you ever had to carry around an average-sized melon for an hour or so while shopping? Kind of cumbersome, isn't it? So imagine how annoying it must be to have something that size and weight strapped to your belly for months. Anyone who has ever been pregnant will probably tell you that spending a few months at this size is more than enough to deal with. But what if you had to keep carrying this for an additional 3 months? Well, in 1945, Beulah Hunter finally gave birth to her little girl Penny after a staggering 12-month-long pregnancy. For reference, the normal human gestation period is around 280 days, but Beulah's pregnancy became a bizarre case when she was almost 100 days overdue at a total of 375 days. That must have been exhausting. Now, the reason this occurred was down to the baby's development. While the first 3 months were normal, at 6 months everything started to change. It was at this mark that the fetus had only just started to stir, something that's usually felt by the mother at 4 months. And I thought I was slow to stir in the morning. The doctor confirmed that the fetus was growing at an extremely slow pace, even though Beulah's womb was developing at the normal rate. Yet she didn't feel any changes concerning her pregnancy for months.
카메라 보고 웃으면서 하나, 둘, 셋. 예쁘게. 네, 좋습니다. 자, 다음.
빛나는 너 끝없는 비듬을 가득하던 자유 언제부턴가 다가온 현실 나만을 위한 춤 눈 뜨고 꾸는 꿈 나는 아름다워 In a beauty 내 맘속에 나를 안길래 In a beauty 자신 있는 미적 태도 In a beauty 누구보다 나를 더 사랑해줄 거야 난 아름다워 Love me 다양한 내 매력을 몰라 쟁원나는 나의 시간들 내 모든 모습들을 사랑해줘.
She didn't feel any changes concerning her pregnancy for months. Even stranger still, baby Penny's heartbeat wasn't detected until the 7th month, which is both scary and mind-blowing. I'll tell you why. Ordinarily, a fetus's heartbeat can be first detected between 5 and 6 weeks. Yeah, weeks, not months. And because of Penny's slow growth, doctors were concerned that she would have certain diseases and pathologies, including a low birth weight. Amazingly, though, Penny was born without any complications. She was perfectly healthy and weighed a very normal 6 pounds 9 ounces. Penny continued to grow at a normal and healthy rate in childhood, showing no signs whatsoever of any complications for her extended time in the womb. And Beulah still holds the official record for the world's longest pregnancy. Well, you know what they say. Slow and steady wins the race. A tale of two twins. Now, people with wombs usually only have the one. I say usually because having two wombs is possible. It's a rare abnormality, but it can do incredible things, like grow two babies at the same time in two separate uteruses. Sounds crazy, I know, but it's very real, as Megan Phipps knows all too well. She was born with this condition called uterine didelphys, possessing two cervixes and two uteruses, which occurs in a minuscule 0.3% of the population. Here's a quick biology lesson of the differences between a uterus and a cervix, because they commonly get thrown about together without any explanation. The uterus is where a fetus can develop. It's that upside-down pear-shaped muscular organ you can see here, which contracts to expel the baby right out of there during labor. The cervix, on the other hand, is this cylindrical piece of connective tissue within the lower segment of the uterus. Consider it the neck of the womb, connecting the uterus with the outer sections of the female anatomy. It controls when a baby exits the uterus, widening when it's time to deliver. So having two of each must look quite busy down there. Now, doctors initially thought that Megan's left uterus was inactive, but this was shockingly disproved when she fell pregnant with twins by carrying a child in both her left and right uterus at the same time. Because only one in about 25,000 women with uterus didelphys gets pregnant with a twin in each uterus, that means the chances of it occurring are about 1 in 50 million. But this also meant the babies had a much lower chance of survival due to complications. Born at 22 weeks, Riley and Reese were some of the most premature girls ever recorded, weighing just under a pound each. Because of this, doctors estimated that they would have under a 1% chance of survival. Sadly, Riley didn't make it, but her sister luckily survived and had to stay in hospital for another 144 days until she weighed 8 pounds. Still, this peculiar pregnancy turned out to produce a modern miracle, and a 50 million to 1 modern miracle at that. Baby, 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 whoa. Looking after one child is hard enough. Looking after two is harder. But 4? Not impossible, but definitely a challenge. And after the age of 40, caring for 4 children seems nigh on impossible. But astonishingly, at least one woman has done this 10 times over. Miriam Nabatanzi was born with a hereditary condition called hyperovulation, which, thanks to her abnormally large ovaries, made her incredibly fertile.
铁子们，我正在打副本，故事真的很猛啊！不过没事，一个火柴人，一把武器，咱们准备开始反攻。势如破竹，是魔物如开胃小菜。 遭遇围攻临危不乱，面对 BOSS 也能做到眼疾手快急速击杀，成功攻下副本领取专属奖励。各种战术配合以及有趣的主线剧情，让玩家尽情感受轻松自在的冒险旅程。
Initially, Miriam was told that birth control wouldn't work and could cause severe health issues. This didn't mean she never tried. In fact, an IUD, which is an implant device designed to prevent pregnancy, actually left her in a coma. The side effects of hyperovulation vary from person to person, but many report severe pain, tenderness, and bleeding. She was told by doctors that the only way to ease her body was to actually keep giving birth, since access to medication for hyperovulation is rare in her home of rural Uganda. It was only after having her 44th child, doctors advised her to stop giving birth altogether and operated on her uterus to prevent further pregnancy. Miriam's story is even more unbelievable when you learn that she had all of her children by the age of 40. That's over 25 years of her life she spent being pregnant. Not only that, but this amazing mother has only given birth to a single child once, having had 3 sets of quadruplets, 4 sets of triplets, and 6 sets of twins in total. Phew. Even just saying it makes me feel tired. Following several complications and losses, she now has 20 boys and 18 girls, a clan of 38. And Miriam is a single mother too. Going through all that deserves every parenting award I can think of. Just imagine having to do the school run. Grandmother's gift. Back in 2008, when Jocelyn Dahlenberg fell pregnant, she knew she wasn't going to be a typical mother. In fact, she knew she wasn't going to be this baby's mother at all, because she wasn't carrying her own child, but her grandchild. Yep, this bizarre pregnancy resulted in a Guinness World Record for oldest woman to give birth to her grandkids. Quite the crazy achievement. When Jocelyn was in her 50s, her daughter had to undergo a hysterectomy, a procedure to remove one's womb. She was prepared to adopt, but Jocelyn selflessly offered to be her daughter's surrogate. That is, she'd carry the embryos of her daughter and son-in-law through IVF. Being 56, Jocelyn knew the risk of geriatric pregnancy and so underwent hormone therapy to strengthen her uterus. And boy, was she going to need it, because the IVF was so successful it resulted in triplets. Their doctor stated that Jocelyn's case was unusual and didn't come without complications. All 3 daughters were born 2 months prematurely, each weighing less than 3 pounds. Despite all this, Jocelyn was always confident that her health was good enough to carry and deliver her grandchildren, and luckily, she was right. The triplets grew stronger and healthier, Jocelyn was rightly given heaps of gratitude, and of course, her world record. An unlikely age gap. In a pair of twins, one usually likes to brag that they were born first, whether by a few minutes or a few hours. But regardless of who's oldest, the Deshane family gained all the bragging rights when these triplets were born, because it took a whopping 132 hours between the first birth and the second. Cian was born at just 22 weeks old on the 28th of December, 2019, and was only given a 9% chance of survival while awaiting the arrival of his siblings. Then a colossal 5 days and 12 hours later, Rowan and Declan were born on the 2nd of January 2020. So not only were these kids born more than 5 days apart, but they were also born in different decades. Sounds crazy, right? Worded like that, you half expect one baby to have been born in the 60s and the other in the 2020s. But while only days apart, technically Cian was a 2010s baby, where Rowan and Declan were 2020s kids. Regardless of when they were born, though, all 3 of them came in at just under 2 pounds. After spending several weeks in the neonatal intensive care unit, all 3 defied the odds stacked against them and are now happy, healthy kids. And to top it off, Mom Kaylee was awarded the Guinness World Record for longest interval between the birth of triplets. After that 132-hour, decade-spanning labor, she's earned it. Mini Mom. Stacey Harold defied all medical explanations when she gave birth to 3 children. Doctors maintained that pregnancy could be life-threatening and dangerous. Why? Because Stacey was only 2 feet 4 inches tall. She was born with a condition called osteogenesis imperfecta, a genetic disorder that stunts bone growth and causes vital organs to be underdeveloped. This meant that going through a pregnancy could be hard on her body. Not just hard, brutal. Because her pelvis was so much smaller than an average-sized person, she was advised that a fetus could potentially crush her organs as it was growing. However, Stacy decided she wanted to carry her own child even if it was fatal. And defying the odds, she did just that. Not just once, but 3 times over. By 2 years old, one of her daughters had surpassed her height. Stacy considered her own life and the life of her children to be miracles. And their births certainly were, since they were all successfully delivered without any broken bones. For context, there is an increased chance of crushed bones when being born with osteogenesis imperfecta, which 2 of her children were, due to the pressure of childbirth. This is just one of the reasons why Stacy was warned against carrying children, but she showed the world that it was in fact possible and gave hope to
你又拗啊？我想做咩咧？我想攞咩？攞毛巾。No, doesn't make the fake. So hide. So basically we force them. Slam the door and see the lyrics them. No. 咩料？
有茶洗面啊！我想出去麥當勞食嘢啊！哇！我叫你着翻件褸，你先好行出嚟，你死都唔聽嘅。啊！你冷親我就打爆你個頭啊！做咩屙嚟屙到笑過嚟啊？好恐怖啊你！屙其實屙水屁，屙屁又屙翻水屁，不斷咁啊！阿叔。 掂未？喂，着咗衫未？攞翻件褸着啊！先嚟㗎，熟瓜瓜。唔係貓條嘢，晏啲先俾你。快啲啊！我出門口㗎啦。喂。非常老鎖匙，唔該。非常鎖匙，偏鎖，首先就簡稱偏鎖。扫地大嘅鎖匙。你一個人已經打入咗3500萬抽鎖匙，全部係我屋企開嘅鎖匙，但係全部都 read 到。點啊？ 未？開到啦。你喺書包攞翻件褸出嚟着啊！喂喂！我哋後邊買嗰件都整，喺書包啊，但琴日會攞佢出嚟喺張床度啊，床啊，媽咪擺喺床啊，幫你。食翻個薯餅先。飄馬鼻薯餅，就咁飄馬鼻薯餅，一個飄馬可以整到5個薯餅，飄馬3。薯餅你嘅發緊夢啊？係咪發緊夢啊？一記飄馬整2薯餅，攞飄馬3皮整。 去得未啊？